Now you've moved and are living in a beautiful place, but quite isolated in Denmark, and with in the middle of Denmark, geographically, but not mentally, I'm afraid. But anyway, that's what happens when you retire. So the retired professor is coming to tell about his 25 years research. Thank you. Okay.
Maybe you could help me to. Okay, does it work? Okay, thank you for inviting me for this event, this huge event. I'm really impressed of the program. It's right. I was going to come last time in Gothenburg, but I was not able to show up. But I'm really pleased about this, and I also want to thank the Metropolis people who are organizing all this. I think you have done a marvelous job for many, many years now, and it's always exciting to show up for your events. I've called my presentation Beyond Being Nice on Catalyst Architecture in Cultural-Driven Urban Transformation. This headline shows that I am an architect, and I have been working as an architect and teacher for many years, as you said. My name is Hans Kiep, and I used to work at Aalborg University. I have just retired now, but still linked to this institution. Among many things, I have been teaching in this field of the link between urban planning, urban architecture, and cultural planning. And I also have been doing a lot of research within this field. At least for the last 10 years, I have been doing some things in this area. And my research has been focusing on urban transformation, of course, but in relation to what we could call experience economy. This term, experience economy, came up some 20 years ago, or maybe a little more. And it was an eye-opener for many of us. A new discourse, a new type of economy, and as architects and planners, how could we cope with this new term? So in 2006, I think we applied for some money to go deeper into how could that be, this new term, how could that be linked to urban planning and urban architecture? And we decided to label our research experience City Decay. And during the last 10 years, we have been producing four books, or a little more maybe, but I will go through these 4 books or just label them. The first one was Experience City Decay. The second one, Performative Urban Design. The third one was Instant City on a festival called Roskilde Festival in Denmark. And the last one, which I put on the table there, called Catalyst Architecture. Experience economy and fun city has been linked for many, many, many years. And we are all aware that fun cities are not what we want. We want something more. We want something that can be, can enlighten us, or can make us more empowered. So we started to come up with a definition of what is the experience city, and this is not the fun city, or the fun city could be part of it. So we started to say that our understanding of experience covers many analog concepts such as discovery, practice, to live through something. And as a consequence of experience, one will be skilled, experienced, competent, and tested. So here we have at least two focus points: enlightenment, you could say, and empowerment. And what we did was to focus on at least 3 topics in this research. The first one was hybrid cultural projects. Hybrid, that means that they have more than one program, they have many programs, and they look for many different groups to participate. New urban spaces and instant urban interventions. These 3 topics were in focus. And we selected 14 projects, Danish projects, to find out what is going on here, what type of link between this new experience economy and urban design and urban transformation do we have here. And as you can see here, most of them are you familiar with, at least the Danish participants, but we have Metropolis project as well, here on the second row to the left. So they were part of this project. But you can see some of them are permanent buildings, new buildings, transformed power plant stations, new architecture, but also a lot of projects that was taking place just as an instant intervention in the cityscape. So we analyzed these and we tried to analyze the links, but what we were very keen on was 2 things. The first thing was hybrid. Why is that so interesting to work with hybrid projects? Our idea was that if it was able to link many different groups, many rich and poor, but also many different cultural groups, it might be a new thing in terms of enlightenment and empowerment. And the third thing was, how could that change the urban fabric? How could that change the environment, these interventions, these new institutions? How could that have an impact on the transformation of the cities? Because we were really afraid that waterfront areas and former industrial areas was going to be leisure areas, or at least more closed areas where the rich were going to live. So the impact of these projects was a key issue. What we found out was also that many of the fixed projects, the permanent projects, were not so much focusing on cultural production. The instant project, the temporary project, were much more focused on this issue. And we were very convinced that maybe this is the keystone. These temporary projects may be the new answer to what could happen in our city and how we could transform the city into something unique. So we started to work with this as well. But it started with the research then on what is performative urban design. We could see that old factories, waterfront areas worked excellently as a frame for these activities. And we also saw that the architecture changed, not from these modernist buildings, but to a more vibrant, to a more the aesthetics came closer, and especially aesthetics related to how we sense and how we feel, how we interact with things. So these things were very, very important for us to research as well. So we made this book, Performative Urban Design, and we call it, we will label it From Cultural Institution to Performative Urban Environment. That was an important thing for us to work on. And what is performative urban design then? Yeah, we have 2 definitions here. Performative architecture is architecture that is designed, that in its design either challenge your senses, our memory, or directly invites us to bodily interact with the things, to play with, to sit on, to walk on, to climb on or to climb through. So that's one definition. Another definition is that performative urban design is no longer only what architecture is, but what it does. So, and how it invites people into the environment. But back to this instant urbanism thing. We were so keen on this issue that maybe the instant urbanism interventions were much more interesting than the permanent cultural institutions were. So we decided to go to much deeper into one of the cases that we have been looking at, Roskilde Festival. And this book, Roskilde Festival, take us through urban design. How is it organized? How do the people at Roskilde Festival, how do they organize this festival? It's 120,000 people for more than a week. And it's organized with a center in suburbs where people are living. And it's organized partly by the organizers, the planners, but also by the people who are invading this site in the countryside of just outside Roskilde. And what we found out was that bodily aesthetics were very much in focus when they were designing this city. So we can here refer to performative urban design again. Displacement of communities. Communities grew up very quickly. Maybe 2, 4, 10 people came, but they very quickly organized their own communities, and in a slightly different ways that we have in everyday life in the traditional city. And a third thing was that they had a lot of everyday activities, but it was disrupted. It was private activities in public. So we have a lot of new ways of organizing the city, new ways of organizing city life, which were very, very interesting. And what we very much focused on was laughter culture. It penetrates nearly everything at the festival. Of course, it's only 1 week, you can do almost anything, but in this time span, you can also do new things in maybe a deterrent way. And what was very exciting to find out was that it is a co-production of a city, not only the physical structure, but also the city life in this temporary city. It was definitely not just fun. It was enlightenment and empowerment in a very, very exciting way. Then we asked, maybe this type of new instant urbanism could be transformed into the real city. Could that be? Could we do that? Could we convince municipalities, cultural planners, developers? Could we convince these people to organize the city maybe in period or in some part of the year in slightly different way, so it could be an experienced city in its right way? And what we found out was that developers was very keen on the topic, but as long as it was temporary. When it came to the bottom line, they wanted only black figures on the bottom line, and definitely not take in this kind of urban living or urbanist development. So my conclusion, or partly my conclusion, is that developers need this new type of energy from young people, from NGOs, from interventionist in many ways, as long as it helps them to sell ground and flats more expensive than they would else be doing. Okay, back to zero. So that's the reason why I have labeled my presentation now Beyond Being Nice. We are not going to be nice anymore. We are going to fight very hard back now. And we are going to do it not only as a temporary thing, we are going to use permanent structures, infrastructure. I really like your diagram. Maybe we should move back to bottom left and do something serious here. And that's what our fourth book is all about. How can we do things seriously, firmly, invest in the experienced city as it should be? We have really big problems. The world is challenging really big problems. Globalization is transforming social, cultural, and economical structures into inequality. And we have an increased difference between rich and poor, social segregation, ghettos, migration of guest workers and refugees. We have commercial mass tourism. Our welfare system, our Nordic welfare system is under pressure. What do we do? Can architecture work in this field? Which role can architecture play to counteract these negative consequences of globalization? And how can architecture contribute to a social, cultural, and economical sustainable way in new cities? So, Beyond Being Nice, I focus on the tolerant city, the democratic city, the inclusive city, the learning city, and the experienced city, of course. And as a method maybe, or a headline, I call for catalyst architecture for a better social construction of place. And tools, I'm an architect, you have other tools, but one of my tools is performative urban design, performative architecture, and another tool is hybrid programming. I'll go through 2 of these 8 projects, which is in the last book. You can see I have been in New York, in Rio de Janeiro, in Copenhagen, and in Tokyo. And found each place, we found a lot of projects, but we selected 2 each place. 2 of those places are more infrastructural or park related, and 2 of each projects in each city are a building or a hybrid construction. Let's go to Rio. Rio is a nice place. We all know Rio from the Olympics, and it's the most beautiful town in South America. It's really, really nice. And the strange thing about Rio is that 6% live in the formal city and 40% lives in squatted areas. Why? This beautiful town, why do they have so many people not living in the formal city? And that, of course, was an issue that the government wanted to focus when they were going to host the Olympics. How can we do it better? So they found out maybe we should invest in an infrastructure that could heal the city through strategic urban design. Here we are on top on one of these favelas, as they called in Rio or in Brazil. And it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. But you can also see from the pictures that it's really, really poor areas. As I said before, only 60% of people in Rio are living in the formal city, which means that they earn average some $2,500 per month per family. whereas in the favelas they earn only 5% of this in average. 4.5 million people live in the formal city, the planned city, and 1.5 million people lives in 586 favelas in a squatted area where they have to self-organize pass, sewage, water supply, electricity. They do not have schools. They do not have kindergartens, elderly care, things like that. We go to the most prominent area of Rio, just at the waterfront. Ipanema is here. And one of the projects I'm going to show you is the Cantagallo elevator. It's an elevator that goes from Ipanema, the richest area of Rio, to the poorest, one of the poorest one, called Cantagallo, and they constructed this elevator from the bottom of Ipanema to the back end of Cantagallo. And it's a very simple structure, as you can see here, type of infrastructure, but it's not simple in the way it is programmed. How can I go back here? You can see from this picture, in the bottom they have free storage of public service facilities. And beneath that again, they have a metro station. And then they have the elevator up there, and two towers, and lifting you up to the back end of Cantagallo. It's a very cheap one as well, cheap building. But the programs in this building are meeting places, of course the elevator, then they have social service, tax office, health care, they have a tourist office, local police office, community meeting places, bus station and metro. So it's a hybrid structure you can see here. It's infrastructure, but it's also a hybrid program with cultural facilities and meeting facilities, but also more traditional public service facilities. These two parts of the city were not linked before, only by small paths. Now it has become an official structure, where we go from Cantagallo down to the city and up again. And I think we should take a ride, just to see how it works. usually people absolutely don't go into these favelas. I had a colleague traveling with me, and I came to Rio some days before him, and he said, "You didn't go there all by your own?" I did. And I felt to some extent comfortable about it, because I took the elevator up. Oh, you did? So the elevator has given transparency to these areas. And as you can see here, usually you don't go there, only the police go there, and they catch all the criminals, the drug dealers and things like that. But now you are able to go on your own with a camera in front of you as a tourist, and you can talk to people, and they feel also comfortable about you because you are now one of these tourists going with the elevator. So transparency has been put into these new areas. And the impact of this is a catalyst not in the middle of the favela or in the middle of Ipanema, it's on the edge, on the edge zone, is that 5,000 people from the favela go down every day for school, for work, for shopping, and 500 tourists every day go up again. 500 people, that's amazing. Every day, every weekend, pop-up cafes are coming in the favela. People from the favela go down, and the bridge and the elevator has become a public secret place, a public domain, you could call it. There's public eyes not only on Ipanema, but also on the city life in the favela, which means a lot in terms of security, safety, and new middle-class people are now moving into the favela, are rebuilding some of the houses or building new. And one of the negative impact, of course, is a new kind of gentrification. So the poorest people from the favela are now moving out, further out to the, more not so nice places. But it's now we are talking about infrastructure, which is a fixed investment. It's a facilitating agent that is on the edge in a conflict zone. It used to be a conflict zone, transforming this conflict zone into something else. It allows people to interact with each other, and it's crafting what we call the city into what we call a healed city. It's not only Cantagalo that is going to be transformed. The city of Rio wants over half of these favelas to be transformed into formal cities, where they're going to have schools, social housing, social care, and of course mobility. Let's go to one of the Danish cases. I'm quite familiar that some of you know this, Superkilen in Copenhagen. Superkilen is located in the outskirts of the old city, Copenhagen city. In this area, we have some of the poorest people living, but as you know, Copenhagen has, during the last 20 years, grown into a very rich city. All the waterfronts are being now transformed for the rich. But we still have ghettos, and this northwest area, as we call it, is one of these areas. We have Mjølnerparken, which is one of them. A lot of immigrants, a lot of refugees coming from Middle East are living there, and just this summer we had more than 20 shootings in this area. So there's a gang fight also in this area. So it's not so nice. Superkilen is a design, a new fixed design. It's a quite expensive design, where we had a former freight trail running through the area. And in 2012, they opened up this Superkilen. It's a bicycle lane, going from Østerbro in the north to Frederiksberg in the south. It's comprised of 3 parks, more than 20 playgrounds, and sports facilities are being located in this area. It's an infrastructure, as I said before, these doubled wide bicycle lanes are running through the area, which provides, of course, a lot of mobility, and a lot of different people are going through the area. So it opens up the area, and then we have these 3, the red square, the black square, and the green square located as pearls on a string. This is from the black square with a lot of quite strange foreign furnitures, as you can see. There's a basin from the Middle East. There's chess players here. We have the red square. We have painted asphalt. A lot of swings. A lot of nice sitting places. And we have playgrounds, of course, and sports facilities in the area. A lot of different people are meeting here informally. They don't meet formally. We are going to have a meeting, but they look at each other. They see how people live. They see how people behave. They climb the mountain. But what is most important is the furnitures, or the small physical interventions, small icons from many different places in the world. 100 icons from more than 40 different countries are put into this design. So it's really hybrid. It's really really strange. It's not modernistic at all. It's ugly in traditional architectural terms, but it works. And again, I would like you to invite you to. Now, I really would like you not to take the whole film, but only part of it. But I'm not able to get it. Okay. No, it's not working. I should have taken my Mac. It would be easier then. Okay, but you will have an idea of what is going on. You can read by yourself.
Det er jo sådan set arkitektens skrækhistorie, som vi har sat i gang. Altså det er jo en global theme park.
Jeg vil tro, inden for rammerne af det, som i kommunal regi hedder borgerinddragelse, der vil det være sådan en extreme version.
Forstår du? Fuld rave. Kan du følge, hvad jeg mener? Jeg skal sikre.
Det har jeg ikke umiddelbart skal jeg ikke.
Nu er vi ligesom gået ind i sådan en fase af sådan noget borgerinddragelse extreme versionen, ikke? Hvor altså dem, som rækker hånden op i timen og siger noget, som falder dem ind, som de gerne vil have med.
Det kan de få realiseret.
Det får de realiseret til en eller anden grad.
Altså der er jo også en mulighed for, at I tager til Texas og finder noget, der er endnu mere eventyrligt.
Det, at man tager noget og bringer ind udefra på den måde, så er der en fortælling. Og det er den fortælling, vi synes, der er spændende. Ja. Og det er klart, at det vil jo være interessant med line dance netop, og måske tage til USA eller
det
sådan noget.
Faktisk, det sidder på min computer. Ja. Vi henter en pavillon i St. Louis, som stammer fra Tyrkiet, som har danske farver.
Det er godt blandet.
Ja.
Den globale pavillon. En global blanding.
Jeg synes godt nok, det er spændende, det her.
Vi befinder os under en bro i Bangkok, en fattig klub. Rik har ben, og Rik har sådan
Jeg kan se, det fungerer. Det er uden deres boksefaciliteter fungerer.
Når jeg som turist kommer herned, når jeg så ser den første tyr uden for lufthavnen, så siger jeg, nu er jeg i Spanien, nu er jeg hjemme.
We're looking for Osborne.
Osborne Toro, Big Toro.
Lagas.
Skal du have en hånd her?
Nej, jeg vil bare lige finde ud af, om der er en så fanden sted. Nej, jamen,
Men selvfølgelig, hvis man stiller en gigant tyr op på toppen af en bakketop, på den måde, så peger det ligesom, i hvert fald i retning af en eller anden form for styrke og virilitet. Altså den har klatret op på bjerget, og står den og skuer ud over sit kongerige, ikke?
Jo, det ser moderne ud. De er fede dem her, fordi de er personlige, de er sådan der... Det er ligesom en normal højtaler, du har derhjemme, hvor der er diskant for oven og så bas for neden. Det er præcis det samme, men det der, det er bare en større skala, forstår du, hvad? Ja. Prøv at høre det, mand. Det er det her, vi skal have, forstår du, hvad? Det er det her, vi skal have.
det er den der sang.
Hørte du den der lyd der?
Altså, når vi er ude at rejse, palæstinenser, så henter vi noget jord, fordi vi sådan, altså det siges, at man tager et stykke Palæstina med hjem til Danmark.
Og så har man det i en vase, og så er det i stuen eller i værelset.
Ja.
Da Hibber Allah kom med den her idé om at hente noget jord i Palæstina, så synes jeg, det var en god idé fra starten af. Jeg synes, det var en ekstremt simpel idé, som så samtidig rummer utrolig mange ting. Og det er jo ligesom det, vi ligesom har kigget efter.
Superkilen is infrastructure. It's more than 100 million Danish kroner put into freight trade in Copenhagen, in one of the problem-related areas of Copenhagen. But it's also a public meeting place. It's a performative space, as we have seen here. And it's a lot of semi-public spots with affiliation to minorities. You give things to the minorities because they do not participate in public hearings, in things like that, and say, I would like to have. No, they are invited in, and then they come and they create a small semi-private area that become public. And that's very, very important in this case. It's a hybrid memory lane, you could call it, which usually not is public, it's private. Memory lane is something that you carry on personally, but now you display it in public. So, to sum up this presentation, I would like to say what characterizes catalyst architecture in the lower left corner of Trevor's diagram. Yeah, it's, as I said before, it's a facilitating agent between two different areas, two different cultures or two different social groups. Its location is not in the core of the community. It's in the edge of the community, and it works as a catalyst between social groups or cultural zones of the city. The programs are hybrid. It's a combination of infrastructure, building, information systems. It's often programmed hybrid as well, related to everyday purposes of the many different groups, open-minded areas. It works as a node of orientation. All people in Copenhagen now knows Superkilen. All people in Rio, in Ipanema, know the elevator. So it's a node for many different people for orientation. It uses performative aesthetics. It's related to the bodily experience. Soma aesthetics, you could call it. It activates many different senses: view, smell, sound, tactility, motion. And memory is very important here. It relates to personal memories. It points backwards. Where did I come from? Where do I feel at home? The old lady said, now I feel at home in Spain, she said, even though she was Dane. It's a mental landmark for many different groups. And it is a physical construction of place, of course, defining a new urban fabric, transform an area and increase the mobility. But it's definitely also a new social construction of place. Catalyst architecture invites different cultures and tries to display these in public. New ways of behavior in a collective way in this new construction, and it's a joint feeling of belonging. These were my words. I apologize for the movies, they were a bit too long, but it gives you a good impression. Thank you very much.
We don't have a lot of time, but I think it's good just if there's a chance to. Are there any one or two questions or comments that you would like to make? We were going to have a session at the end, but I feel it's also good just to take some comments along the way. Otherwise, we may never get at the end. Anyway, so yeah, I think your mic actually works. You just there and you press it somewhere. Turn it on.
Is it
Maybe
now?
introduce yourself so
Sorry.
we know who you are.
Hi, my name is Matti Luciarens, and I'm an urban activist, but I'm also a curator at the National Design and Architecture Center in Norway, in Oslo. I was really interested in the lift going from the favelas and down to Ipanema and vice versa, and I was just noticing that there was a number on how many people from the favela going down, because they had all these services at the bottom and not at the top, and also how many tourists went up, but there was not a number on how many people from Ipanema, who are actually the inhabitants of Ipanema, going up. So I was just wondering, could you elaborate on that part of the sort of the transaction and the movement and the flow between these two communities?
Yeah, it's quite a new project, and I do not have the figures. No, I came from Denmark and I got the figures from my colleague. I do not know how many people from Ipanema are going up. And that is really an interesting thing. But as I said, there is an ongoing new gentrification now of the favela areas. People, middle school teachers, nurses, things like that, people like that are moving up into the favelas because it's a marvelous view, and also the municipality are now building public housing in the favelas. So I think gradually there will be a transition from these poor areas into a more middle-class area, I think. It is still very expensive to buy flats in Ipanema, and just 200 meters up and down to the left you can have a marvelous view over the sea and everything. I think there will be new developments in these areas, but how many today I do not know.
Okay, other points? Any other questions? Yes, at the back. Again, just introduce yourself. Antonio Non.
Hello. Hello, I'm Kati Lindros from Urban Practice. I work with suburbs. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very inspiring. I have written down very excellent point that, let's not be nice. Let's concentrate on real issues. I'm curious about Supertiden. I have visited, and I'm wondering, because indeed it's very extensive, and like you said, it's expensive infrastructure. What was the reason that the city of Copenhagen was ready to invest in such a project and have this ambition in it?
I'm not quite sure. In Denmark we've got a huge foundation called Realdania. And they try to convince municipality to do something new, something extraordinary, something that usually is not seen anywhere else. So when the municipality invited Realdania in, let's make a new public space in Northwest. I'm sure that the people from Realdania said, okay, what's new here? Would you like to make an ordinary park with a bicycle lane, or what should we do here? And then, okay, they did this. And now today, I think they were quite scared about the process, because they usually do a lot of public participation and things like that. And they did. And then eventually the artist who won the competition said, we cannot use this. We will do the participation. And then they invited these different groups, which usually don't participate in public hearings. So they were a bit scared about this. But luckily they did. And luckily they were courageous enough to do it. Because today, even though it's heavily used and it's almost already worn out many places, it works. So.
May I just add, so in a certain way, there was a more traditional democratic participation, but they kind of, I can maybe use it because there was a Tory, they had the balls to actually look at more, in a way, silent voices and ditch the more public.
Yeah, I think they got the courage because Realdania said, we will pay 6% of the costs of the investment. So, okay, let's do it. Let's see how it works.
I think, as you could sense from the film, it was very much, you might say, artist-led. So it was very conceptual in a way, which might have created problems. And there are different versions of this story, depending on who you ask. There are definitely different versions. But as a methodology which was never really tried before, and on a scale never tried before, in a very problematic area or a contested area where there are lots of issues, one might say it survived, definitely that, and that it is a really amazing place. I'm quite surprised you actually put it in the bottom left-hand corner, because actually for me this is a complete theatrical scenario. It's scenographic.
In the middle.
Yeah, I think it's exactly in the middle, and I think actually it's one of the. It could be you might say a bridging project which actually tries to look from both points of view in a very different way. I think it has some really exciting potential, And I mean, so I think this is actually a very visionary methodology you're looking at here. Yeah. Okay. Are we done with that one? Do you want to? We'll have like a 2 minute break, and then we will carry on with or without you. And Panu will just come and check his slides are okay and everything, and the others will, you will, yeah, do what you have to do. Okay. Did you bring any books to sell? Hans, did you bring any books to sell? Just to show. All right. So they'll be around in the. You can have a look at some of the books in the foyer afterwards, and I'm sure you can order them online. Yes, actually, that's right. And then we did change it. We did. Yes, yes, true. It's true. just going to take it straight on, right? Yeah? Yeah. You're the boss? Okay, can we sit down and continue, please? So we have Pauno Letto Vuari with us. You probably know him far better than I do, but it sounds really exciting. So thanks very much for coming. And yeah, you start when you're ready.
Okay, thanks for the invitation. Thanks for suggesting that we are in the middle of triathlon. I also think it's quite a heavy program, and now after swimming with Hans, going in the depths of Rio and so forth, we can start cycling, I think. My talk is quite theoretical, but I hope it's not boring. I don't have so many examples. If you have time, I will tell a bit about some cases in Helsinki that the locals know, but that might be new. But let's see how the time goes. How much time I have? About 40 minutes, or? 40 minutes, yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. Before, I just realized Hans was showing these nice books and the whole history. So I realized that I didn't bring my books, and I somehow failed to introduce myself in that sense. But it's quite amazing. I mean, Charles Landry is coming on Saturday, I think. Is that right? Yeah. And I was involved with Jan Verwijnen, the late Jan Verwijnen, in actually introducing Charles Landry and Franco Bianchini to Helsinki. It happened in the mid-1990s, so it's more than 20 years ago. It's amazing. I mean, I really I'm feeling that I'm kind of, I should really go also to countryside and retire, maybe. But really, it was the process that was then preparing the Helsinki's cultural year as a European cultural capital in 2000. And Charles Landry came already in 1995. We had in Arabia Ranta in University of Art and Design. Now it's Aalto. Quite an interesting workshop in 1995. There's a book called Managing Urban Change, produced of that, and then later we made a book called Creative Cities. I don't know, maybe you still can get those books from the Aalto bookstore, or maybe those are in internet nowadays. But the Creative Cities was 1999, and then of course 2000 there was the Year of Culture. I was making my PhD around that time, and I became quite interested in actually in the topic of today of experiential urbanism, the role of people in making change in cities. Basically, I think that's pretty much the topic of my talk. I think we can situate this discussion, temporary uses, all those initiatives Trevor brought in, tactical urbanism, everyday urbanism, catalyzing architecture, like Hans, many others. In broader picture, in the change from industrial to urban society. I think that's what I a little bit try to do today. I realized when preparing this talk that it's work in progress. So I don't have this kind of ready-made big point. It's rather thoughts that are developing. But clearly, I'm interested in change, in new ways to initiate change in cities, and in what role ephemerality, temporariness can have in that process, in this contemporary situation that is defined by Henri Lefebvre as urban society, by Christian Schmid as even a shift to urban continent in this kind of sense of different processes that are shaping our society, our life, and our cities. Good. Some theoretical points. So clearly, of course, planning, be it Prut Igor, be it Tapiola, is changing. We are facing a paradigm change in planning, and This is a diagram I somehow made a long time ago, but I never had time to really qualify this. But it's quite funny observation that it's kind of key innovations in urban planning, urbanism, Ebenezer Howard Garden City, the formalization of modernity planning agenda in 1920s, 1930s by Thiam, and then its first major critiques by Lefebvre, of course, by Jacobs, by Jan Gehl, by many others, Venturi, etc., in late 60s and early 1970s. Those kind of moments of change happened same time with the big global economic recessions. And I don't know how to explain that, but somehow I think, that of course, there is the Asian notion that a crisis is a moment of rebirth. It might be that. It also might be that some people simply didn't have work and they had time to think. That also could be. I always imagine Elil Saarinen during this is the year of civil war in Finland, 1918. It's 100 years since civil war. I imagine Elil Saarinen with his team, with his wife and all the friends, sitting in Vitresk in this castle in the middle of the forest. The country is in the war. There is no work at all. And then during that winter, they did this fantastic plan about the Greater Helsinki vision, this fantastic watercolors and so forth. So there is something strange in that crisis and innovation. Anyway, clearly the so-called global financial crisis, 2007-2008, is very visible. This is the diagram showing the success of companies in London Stock Exchange. It's one way to try to understand the economic process. The so-called long cycles of Kondratiev and so forth. We can debate that point. But anyway, I think there is a question mark. Is there a innovation moment in planning, and if, what is the shape of that? And I think there is a lot of writing, for example, by Quentin Stevens and many others about the changed economic context, very short cycles of investment, need to get profit quickly, all these kind of things that at least lead a little bit towards the field of temporary, tactical, ephemeral interventions. These examples Hans brought are really great, and I was just you said that this Super Kielen, it was 100 million kronor, and then I saw that this elevator was 12 million US dollars. Actually, they are equal in price, quite exactly, in fact. But yeah, I don't know. Is it much or little? Of course, with 10 million, if you can make a big change, it's quite cost efficient compared to even one small building costs the same. Anyway, definitely there is something in this quickness in temporary urbanism and so forth. But a question mark. I don't think we have this kind of important one person, important one discourse that would define where we are. It's still pretty much open, and maybe even today, tomorrow, we can together get one step further. As said, it's a thought process. It's some proposals for our agenda during the lab, not a ready-made answer. I was just writing an article to one book by Routledge about this question of urban society, and I found this quote from Lefebvre, 1970, from them. No, forgot the book. It comes in a second. Anyway, he's asking that if this urban society kind of hypothesis of Lefebvre is true, he's asking that could it enable a development of new humanism? And he's asking, okay, if the industrial society, capitalist or not, of course that was time of Soviet Union and so forth, having effectively rejected its earlier form. So basically, he's asking, are we in a situation that something that is coming from people, from the users, from citizens, the whole debate about diversity, differential space, and so forth. Could it be possible to realize that now in this new moment of urban society? And I think that's quite nice. Trevor also mentioned humanism as one of the key points of the debate here. So there is something interesting there. For Lefebvre, this notion of urban society, it was a hypothesis. It was kind of thought experiment, and he talks about critical phase, about some kind of moment of crisis which might open possibilities for new, and that's written in 1970. So it's of course historical writing. Critical phase that is foregrounding radical social change. And what is interesting is that for Lefebvre, it really was urban in the sense that it's place-bound. It is possibilities that are embedded in the complex urban situations, self-organizing processes, novelties, and so forth. And Lefebvre is discussing quite much the notion of habiting. I mean, we all know there's a big debate about networks and information, and Manuel Castells, Neil Brenner, Christian Schmidt, that was already mentioned. The whole debate about planetary urbanization, and that's also a notion from Lefebvre, actually. That's something I didn't have yet time to do, so I cannot present my critique of that. Maybe in the next Nordic Urban Lab, I would really like to shoot down this planetary urbanization. Very, very misunderstood debate, especially failing to understand the importance of cities. And quite funnily, maybe some of you were listening yesterday, there was a quite large urban policy meeting in Helsinki organized by the mayor of Helsinki. It's called Helsinki Symposium. Of course, it's national fight between something. It's not so important for us. But there was one good point made in that big gathering of all mayors and policymakers and people like that, that cities are specific. It's in the field of urban studies, it's a perennial question. Can we talk about cities at all? Do cities exist? And of course, they do exist on some level, but when you go to the theoretical debate, it starts from Louis Wirth, and there is a long debate about what is actually specific in cities, what is specific in the urban way of life, as Wirth and so forth. But clearly, again yesterday, it was made quite well the point that there is something special in cities that makes them, for example, interesting, that makes them economically successful, and also something that justifies different policy and planning for cities as compared to the rest. And clearly it's not a point against the rest. I'm living in countryside. We are having 2 horses and old farmhouse and stuff like that. It's great. But I also like cities. Both are good. But there is definitely something unique in cities, and that's a point that is not easy to grasp. It's important, not easy to grasp, and clearly these Lefebvrean points about habiting, different space, resources coming together in unique constellations, making something new, innovation, novelties possible. There is something important which should be again restated and re-theorized in the contemporary situation, in the situation where we are right now with all these things we know, global mobile phones, a new agency, artificial intelligence, all that. There is a very, I would say, fantastic and interesting field of both theory and practice in front of us. It's a great time for new kind of planning, and I try to discuss that under this notion of experiential urbanism. It's just a title in a way, but anyway, good. Lefebvre did not substantiate his ideas actually too much. His texts are kind of asset, hypothesis, suggestions. He's much more focusing on the epistemological difficulty to see through the singularity. I mean, Stephen Hawking died just now. He was talking about singularity. Can we see through singularity? And you remember even the Pope was interested in that, because Pope thought that if there's singularity, you can see through the singularity, the God is behind that. And then Hawking, with his famous Hawking radiation of the black hole, he somehow was questioning that maybe actually you can see through singularity, and that's why Pope was so interested in Stephen Hawking. But anyway, that's also for Lefebvre the question that can we actually see through the systemic change? I mean, industrial society, the 150 years of all that is changing, something new is coming, and we don't know what. And it's a deep philosophical question. He's talking about blind field, that we're kind of blinded. We don't see through. We cannot actually talk about the new. We cannot put that in actual written knowledge. We don't know, and that's true. But I think as architects, as planners, as urbanists, we have the great possibility to experiment. It's of course a bit. It's not really strong point philosophically, but it's a good point in practice that through all kind of experiments, people-based, actor-based, social innovations, spatial innovations, we can actually create the future. We can test what works. We can test what is liked by people, what is helping marginalized communities, as in Hans' examples, what is making new kind of social constellations possible and sustainable in different cities and so forth. It's very much a field of experimentation, and that is one explanation why this dimension of temporariness, ephemerality, temporary use is important, and maybe even, I would say, structurally significant notion in the contemporary situation. Clearly, there are these points about Lefebvre, this double illusion, and so forth. In a way, that the false idea that space can be designed in this modernistic sense, all that we should focus much more on really people being open to new things, to novelties, and not so much in them somehow in the way how to control, how to make it visible and so forth. So it's quite a big change in the way how our field, how architecture planning operates. What are our tools? What is the central focus of our activity? Many things should be changed in that. Clearly, after Lefebvre, it's quite easy even to take the position that urban reality, it's not transparent. There are surprises. All these things we know. Space is complex. It's a process. It's also a humus. It's kind of ground. I really like the Palestinians bringing the ground from Palestine to Copenhagen. So yeah, I was expecting what are the plants that start to grow from that ground. It's an interesting question, but it's also very Lefebvrean question. And one way to approach this question: what is this habiting in Lefebvrean sense? What is the practice? What are the activities that make something new possible? Is to focus on the quite small, everyday events, tiny details of spatial practice, even gestures, how people behave, how they dress, graffiti, all those kind of things. Walking, you all know the famous essay by Michel Desserteaux on the importance of walking, which route you take, all that, even decay, things getting old, all those are processes that all the time partake in production of space and production of public space, also more concretely in cities. And we should not forget those seemingly small, but in the end, very, very central things. Godiner saw this Lefebvrean process through Giddenscian lens and proposed that we have this process of big structures, institutions like planning, for example, then agency, like the agency of capitalist real estate developer to do something, and then the final urban pattern, the kind of city as we have it. But then, very importantly, Michel Desserteaux makes this point that there is also this tactical position, weak players in the game, for example, individual citizens, small cultural organizations, activists, can also have a role. They can misread the structures created by the powerful, and they can do something new. So there is, I think, in this diagram, that is in this, sorry, very simplistic picture, there is clearly the storyline of them big players, but also there is room for weak actors, and I think novelty is very much coming from successful combinations, successful niche innovations by quite often the weak actors. Okay, this was very condensed theory, and then some points about temporary uses. This is quite much based on some articles we have been co-writing with Sampo Ruoppila. There is one published by fantastic forum, the Serbian Architectural Journal in 2012, and then there is now quite new book by Wiley, Transience and Permanence, edited by John Henneberry. That's quite a good book, so I recommend to read. It came last year out by Wiley. So we have been working with Sampo and trying to get an overview of the field of temporary uses and also trying to get some theoretical rigor asset. I don't feel that I fully succeed in that. But anyway, so here is just one reminder from quite early work by Urban Catalysts. So there was a very interesting EU project also about 20 years ago already called Urban Catalysts. Maybe it's a bit linked. Did you take part, Hans, in this Urban Catalysts? Yeah, yes, yes. It was not in Denmark, it was Berlin, of course. There was the Dutch group, there was Naples from Italy, Helsinki, and then it was Aalborg. Really? Okay, so there was something. Okay. Of course, Berlin became known as the capital of temporary uses then in late 1990s and early 2000s with all the moving clubs and all those things, Tempo de Rome, etc. But basically, this list is coming from that early work, and just it's good because it shows how rich also this field can be. So there are really many temporalities, and those very different temporalities do play a role in what actually what role in this change, what role of finding something new in the urban society can be. Clearly, the idea of impulse or a catalyst is important. With something rather small, you show a new opportunity, and then maybe other actors join. I think that's quite clear. A pioneer as well. The first urban use of an empty, derelict site. You can imagine all those industrial sites and so forth. But then also, I think very, very important point is the idea of migration. That, okay, you do something somewhere, you learn something, and then you can shift that to other site with other people and maybe do something similar but a little bit different. It almost could be linked to them kind of very seasoned so-called typological process by Saverio Muratori, Aldo Rossi, and others. It tells about what kind of change happens on one site, how one building that in some sense stays the same, but over decades, over centuries, and so forth, through small modifications, it actually becomes new. And with this migration, I think something similar happens in different way. Certain practice takes a different shape in different place. I think there is, it could be nice to, other article that should be written. Anyway, clearly in this debate about temporary uses, there are many benefits recognized by them, cultural, social, new constellations, somebody finding somebody, and so forth. Some economic benefits, clearly it's linked to ecology as well. Adaptive reuse is often more resource efficient than some other form of change. And it also can have positive role in planning and management. We can come back to later. Dimensions of public benefit, clearly in the field of culture, the main topic of today. But there is the economic dimension through innovations. It's a bit hard to give an example, but I think the Paris plage, the idea that during the vacation period in summer, the highways on the river of the big metropolis Paris are closed, and there's a sand beach on that highway. It's of course very symbolic, and the situation is Sandy Beach and all that. So it's interesting, almost artistic thing, but clearly it's also an innovation. I mean, why not? And became a model that was then transferred to really many other places. There is quite much writing about urban beaches and so forth. What different roles? So it's some kind of innovation, spatial and a social or practice type of innovation that creates also new locations that may lead to actual real innovations. I think there is something about this Jane Jacobs and how something new is invented in cities. It's an example that it was possible to innovate a new kind of space, a new kind of practice, a new atmosphere, and in that sense, I think it qualifies as something interesting, definitely. Good. With Sampo, we have been trying to find you could call it a new typology of temporary uses, and we have been working with different type of location. So in metropolitan cores, like the Paris example, it's now in the picture actually. Temporary uses can intensify use. You cannot do much. You can imagine Paris or even the center of Helsinki. It's protected. It's already quite dense, high real estate values, all these kind of things. But temporary use can intensify. There is this outdoor swimming pool now in Helsinki called Allas Pool. It's one example. With temporary thing, you can do something which intensifies the use. Instead of just boring boat, there are actually tourists in the sea. It's intensifying the use. Temporary. In these underused areas of an industrial, it can initiate something new. It's part of urban growth and change in that sense. And then in shrinking and declining cities and sites, which is a quite big question as well. We should not forget that not every city is growing. Very, very many places are actually shrinking. East Germany, northern Finland and Sweden, big parts of Russia, many marginal areas in almost any country, even in China. It's actually a big question, this shrinkage. Temporary uses can let's say, redefine the space and community. Temporary uses can give hope. They can, in some sense, give civic pride and show that life can be good even in the shrinking situation. So there is a lot interesting in those three locations, which creates some kind of element in the typology of temporary uses. Clearly, I think we can say that temporary uses, and that's the point, for example, Bishop and Williams, there is the book Temporary City, a bit strange to name actually for the book, which collects very many of these themes. Peter Bishop, Leslie Williams, they make the point that temporary uses are actually a permanent element of contemporary cities. So it's not something that will go away, but no, it's all the time with us in some sense. And it's an important element, not an ephemeral curiosity of contemporary cities. And somehow, in this sense of theory, we can say that they're not too well theorized at the moment. There is this economic perspective, as mentioned, and then there is the political perspective, right to the city. Temporary use is understood as empowering possibility, or I don't like the word tool so much, but something like that. You get the point. Temporary use is looked from the developer and planner point of view, and temporary use is looked from the activist, interested citizen point of view. And those two are the theory lines, but those two discussions do not really meet. Actually, they are separate. Lauren Andres tries to link. There's quite good paper about one case in Marseille and one case in Lausanne. What actually happens, how the temporary moment, how temporary use actually can influence over long term. I think that's one of the questions by Trevor as well. If you do some kind of cultural thing, what influence it has in the end, in the long run, in the big decisions, in the development, and so forth. Andres is discussing that. But these two lines, as I said, do not meet, and we try to a little bit do that, try to find a different way to theorize. How really temporary uses can be understood as important element in creating novel urban environments. It's a question in this situation of weakened public planning and maybe even predatory capitalization of urban space and practices. So there is a tension, of course. Good. Instrument tools or valuable spaces, and we somehow thought that in finding a bit fresh theory in this situation of urban society, we could start from the point that okay, it's about appropriation. It's about somebody taking a stake and having an active role in city, appropriating urban space. It is about creating value, but not only economic. It is about creating, for example, communal, social value for a group, and so forth. And then it's some form of conscious production of space, production of differential space, new social and spatial opportunities, including, of course, then the experiential dimension, different experiences. I think it's quite important that this whole debate, in the end, also leads to a different kind of city in the sense of how we feel about it. Good. This right to the city debate is a big debate in itself. I don't go in any depth in it. There are many writers active in it, but I think Harvey in the Rebel City, it's quite a nice book. He makes a good point that the right to the city, it's not only the right to be there. It's not only the right to have access to urban amenities, but it's really the right to reinvent the city. That's kind of Harvey's rereading of Lefebvre 40 years after Lefebvre, and I think that's quite interesting. And it, of course, links our debate very much to planning, to policy, to democracy, to possibility to partake in the shaping of our let's say living conditions or life world. Good. So I just show again this appropriation, creation of value, production of space, and then as said in this thought process, we try to find some concepts that could help us to understand different aspects of temporary uses as structural element of contemporary urbanism, and these margins, it came in Hans' presentation very clearly. Yeah, I even referred to actually Hans. I had possibility to read the fantastic book on Roskilde Festival, and there is this point that really during the week when the event takes place, the social manners and the limiting norms, moralizing authority is put aside, and it's simply a moment of festival, and I think that's very important, and this only can happen in socio-spatial margin. You cannot have the festival. Okay, the Paris Plage is then an example, but there are nice stories how people behave in the Paris Plage, and you can imagine all the French people dressed even much better than me with nice polished shoes, and then they go to the beach, and it's what happens. So, but anyway. Margins in the sense of Rob Shields saying that margins are culturally central. Shields is discussing Niagara Falls, the role of this kind of touristic and in spatial sense marginal locations. For example, for the marriage festivities of people and so forth. So margins are culturally central, and something very important happens in margins temporarily. Then the notion of follow, that's from different contexts completely. It comes from Franz Oswald and Peter Bacchini. There is a quite well-read book by planners called Netzstadt. It's written in German, but exists also in English. And they say that these empty and underused spaces geographically are also all the time present. It's of course true. Cities change, and there's always some location somewhere that are not defined. They are underused and undefined, and there are the urban fallows. They make something new possible. And it's interesting notion that in some sense brings this bit social and not rooted discussion to land and to even to maps, if you want to see it like that. Then we can discuss temporary uses as amenities, as something like library and school, maybe local shop. These are amenities, and we propose with Sampo that the difference, the novelty, the new kind of atmosphere, new kind of possibilities temporary uses provide, they actually should or could be seen as amenities that could be seen as a necessary, important part of any urban context, any urban situation. We all can imagine, for example, I remember myself working in Berlin some time ago. Our son was younger, and he still wanted to play. In Berlin, there were these squatted playgrounds in empty lots, and it was fantastic. Instead of just a boring street, a shop, and then an organized play area, there was this wild zone, and it was fantastic. It definitely was an amenity, and again, it only can exist temporarily. It's people-driven, self-organized, temporary, but can move to other places. So it's some kind of public good, even to all citizens. You could say. And then there is a very big discussion about urban commons. That's very interesting, and it's other issue that should be developed much further. But we have this distinction between public and private. We all know. I mean, public land, public space, and then rather stupid discussion on semi-private and semi-public and all that. It's not leading anywhere. But commons is a notion that actually could help us to find new opportunities. And it again, Harvey has been discussing that. There is quite a nice article by Hess mapping all kind of commons. There are of course hundreds if you want to list it, starting from Wikipedia and coming down to shared land and so forth. But basically, Hess is saying that common is a resource that is shared by a group where a resource is vulnerable. It's somehow there is not enough of that, and unlike public good, it requires some management and some protection to sustain. I think it's quite interesting. So we often tend to think that, for example, in Nordic cities that are not that dense, I think it's quite interesting to think that good public space, it's not scarcity in some sense. We have space, and then the more we use, the better it gets. it's not if you go to Hong Kong, it's not like that. It's too congested. But in our context, it's definitely the more people use, the better. It's more about contacts. You are meeting more people. It's more interesting all that. And in that sense, it's actually users who produce the value. Users create the value. And the question is that how we should react to that as planners and policymakers. One point is that, and that's Harvey's point, that it's wrong that the real estate owners get the value, because the more there is people, the more there is flow, the more there's also economic potential, and real estate values go up. So basically, people should get at least part of that economic value they produce through their presence in a way. And I think that's quite interesting point to policy regarding commons, but also, and again referring to the previous presentation and this superkielen, there is also some need to in some sense protect or organize those processes case by case, and there is a quite differential role to planning policy compared to what were used in the previous industrial situation. How to softly curate, maybe how to make it a little bit better, how to manage so that some non-wanted things are not there, and so forth. So, commons, they are created by the group, but they need some protection. Good. Those are the four ways we try to discuss that field. Margins follows amenities and commons, and clearly we want to argue that a specific, as said earlier, place-based relation in the complex and self-organizing urban process, that's the key to uniqueness, to novelty, to difference, and that's what makes temporary uses interesting, that makes them work in the current situation. Good. Experimental, they lead to spatial social innovations. They facilitate new actors to come to the fore, groups that otherwise would be invisible in the city, and they may be consciously political alternatives for a new society. They do require some safeguarding, as said, some policy, and some criteria for a possible policymaker on that field might be those three: uniqueness of the play, the value could be also social, etc., value of the action, and then the difference itself. If it's all the same, it may be less interesting than really different. But this is also, I'm not quite sure how important this is, but some possible criteria, and then clearly showing them the differences in the kind of isotopy, everything is about money, of the capitalist state. They might be discussed as heterotopias, and they might represent the future of our cities in making. That's, in short, the theory. I think my time is out, pretty much. So I thought that I could discuss these Helsinki cases, but maybe just one. There's a long story, but one. No. It's actually. I just. This is something. One slide is enough. What do you want to do? That's here. It's Oranssi. It's a organization in Helsinki that started in early 1990s as a squatting organization, but then quite quickly they started to act differently, and they started to negotiate with the city. They got old buildings and started to repair themselves for cheap youth housing. So they created cheap housing. They created new opportunities. It was a learning process. It was self-managed and cheap. So it became a alternative, quite interesting model for youth housing, and they still operate like that. So it became very sustainable model. It's now, I think, 30 years or so. Can it be true? Quite long. But then also, they started to organize, again, temporary cultural centers. So it was this group of active youth and doing some things. So they also got cultural centers for a short time, a old shopping mall that was soon to be demolished or stuff like that. And then we were involved in many ways with Orange's activities during these decades in our architectural office. But then around 2011, after the horrible story about this railway warehouses here, basically where very interesting cultural space, self-organized space was in the end destroyed by real estate process in Helsinki. It was such a wound in the city that the city gave other industrial space, Suvilahti, to temporary users. They wanted to heal a little bit. And this Orange group got the last building in that new area, Suvilahti, as their next cultural space, and then we acted as curator of that process. And I think it's in our discussion today, it's important to realize that in every city, in every location, this, let's say, the field or the scene of temporary uses, of new experiential opportunities, it also has long histories. And in this case, there is the whole Helsinki planning tradition, starting I don't know when, but then also this big conflict around late 90s, early 2000s, 20 years ago, conflict that led a mark in the memory of the community of Helsinki, and then led to a bit surprising decision by the city to give this space for temporary cultural users, self-managed in a certain way. We could discuss at length how, and then how this migrating temporary use of the self-organized cultural center of youth is then located in this one, and how that was done. So there is interesting story. It looks quite nice. I mean, here is the head working himself, graffiti, and so forth. Good. I stop here. I stop here, and maybe we have time for a question or two. Thanks.
Yes, Maunu?
Okay. I'm Maunu Häyrynen from the University of Turku. Thanks for a very inspiring presentation, Panu. I would like to ask about how do you see the connection between cultural planning and the temporary uses of space, how much they can be integrated into a planning process in your view, or how manageable you see they would be?
Yes, I was thinking this notion of cultural planning, and clearly they are part of same field and same discussion. We did some years ago a project with Sipoo. It's a municipality next to Helsinki, a quite rural municipality, and there is an old mental asylum, very large complex, huge hospital that is partly in new uses in housing, but then all the central buildings, fantastic Jugendstil buildings, are empty. And they wanted to do a cultural planning project to do something with that. And they brought some Swedish people, and the kind of concept of cultural planning rewritten by somebody at that time, some years ago, 2000, maybe 15, was it? Yeah, I think so, or 16, yeah, 2015. You can Google our website with Nikkilä if somebody wants to see the project is there, or in Sipoo. But anyway, they wanted this cultural approach, and then we did it. We did mapping of cultural resources, a little bit Charles Landry style, of course, in the built environment, in the memory of the mental asylum, of some very interesting cultural products of the mentally ill. Very many key poets and painters of Finland actually stayed there. It's not well written story. So there is a big cloud of cultural resources. I don't know is that the right word anymore, but it was the right word in the 1990s. And then So it was interesting, and it did work in many ways. We found resources for cultural planning because the normal planning did not work. They could not put these buildings in use with normal planning and real estate process. That was the starting point. And then obviously we proposed quite many temporary interventions how to actually make the cultural resources concretely happen. So what could happen? Because of these reasons, I tried to explain. It's temporary projects are easier to do and clearly one good option. So in that sense, I think there is definitely a link. And as I tried to argue, if you look at other way around, clearly these differential spaces, new kind of locations and atmospheres, they are cultural resource in themselves in city.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, Leah. Yes.
Just briefly. I don't want to take too much time, but it's a lot of reflections from your presentation. There is almost a sense of romanticism around temporary interventions. I do understand that temporary interventions break the rules, break the norm, and bring a lot of experimentation and energy in a city or neighborhood or within a community. My problem, however, is how much do I let this happen? Where is the learning from these experiences going into? How is it fed into the bloodstream of the city?
Yes.
Are we feeding that into a vision for how the city wants to change ultimately? Or are we just doing them in a sort of postmodern, fun way because it's entertaining and because it gives something to the participants too? It empowers them too. But then again, if we leave them out there because we haven't got funding to continue this, or if it's not part of a whole vision for the city, then demoralization sets in.
Yes.
So I have I'm thinking. It's not a criticism or anything. It's just like thinking.
Yeah, thanks for the question. This is important question, and I'm quite aware that that also, I mean, myself and these kind of presentations, actually, I do objectify my topic, unfortunately, and I'm aware I'm not yet able to. Maybe the video is a way, or I don't know how to avoid that. But clearly, you're right. There is maybe a little bit misled romanticism on that way to discuss about temporary uses, and as I said, also question of objectifying, not looking the real actors, the real process, their actual difficulties, and so forth. But one question is that if somebody really has will to do something different, and I think the case of Oranssi, this self-organized cultural center, is in that. I think it's fine. There are young people, a group who is getting new members, interested. They have needs, and they can realize their needs in a way that could not happen in any other way. What is then needed from them, in that case, city, who is then the regulator, is some kind of understanding that this activity should have continuity in the next location. So it needs a little bit understanding and responsibility, so that when the location A is closed, there is location B in the way. Yes, they need some support in that sense, which can be quite lightweight. And then what is the bigger picture? In my opinion, it is linked to how we understand good city life and good urban policy as kind of sub chapter of that. So that there is a real valuation of these novel spaces and practices. And you're right, it's horrible if it's a decoration. It should be taken seriously. It is a serious part of urban process and urban life.
It's not horrible, it's tactical urbanism, which I'm very much in favor of.
Yes.
But at the same time, I cannot ignore that we also need a strategic urbanism.
Yes.
We need some kind of sense of direction
Yes.
From whoever is in charge of
Yes.
governing the city.
Yes.
Now, whether tactical urbanism brings new stakeholders into the governance of
Yes.
the city is ideal, and then we may add in a different scenario, etc. But yeah, in my view, we should need to connect the strategic
You need
element,
both. Yes. But then I think
strategic element to the tactical.
Yes, that's a good question because Helsinki copied the idea to actually use temporary uses as a tool in the strategic development. That idea was copied from somewhere. Maybe I can't now recall who actually invented that first, but anyway, it came to Helsinki in early 2000s, about 10 years ago, and instead of just putting a plan and starting to build in some new areas in Kalasatama, in Kruunuvuoranta, which are large new developments, really big, definitely defining the shape of Helsinki in the future. They wanted to start with temporary uses, and they put in very nice program with some funds from the city, a curator, open process, everything. It seemed great. Yeah, now it's happening, and temporary users are invited, and then. But what happened is that some in the city did not like what happened. It was too creative, or it was wrong, and they stopped it just like that. Bam, and then. 1 or 2, that's the case of Kalasatama. 1 or 2 years after the 2 years that the funding was there, these actors still did something, but without money. And then city started to just organize big events. Just they invite some Peter Gabriel to sing or something like that. And they thought that they put the same money in Peter Gabriel and big concert. And that was quite wrong. So it's not easy to really do. I think that's what you mean, that the city did not trust its own process in the sense of actually doing something new. They wanted to anyway do the same, and then when something new started to happen, they just cut the funds and let those people. So it is not easy, and definitely we are dealing with heavy processes, with big organizations and so forth. And in Tampere, there is a little bit different process on the way. Right now, Tampere is second city, so it's smaller context than Helsinki. It's a large new area for 25,000 new people and jobs called Hirranta. And it started in more real sense with all kind of temporary uses, even companies operating for a short time in industrial space and so forth. And it has been now running very successfully for some years, about 3 years. And now there is a discussion, what next? So the city is really careful in not spoiling that process, but it's still not easy to find the what next. But at least there is a discussion ongoing on that.
Okay, I think we're going to have to round it up there. I mean, you touched on many of the issues we've also had previously in this urban lab, and they're very vital discussions and considerations. And Leah is pointing out, you might say, the danger or the result in many cases. What may happen is that perhaps the potential of these spaces and places and networks and activities is not really understood or can be managed by and become normalized in a way. This normalization of places. So I think that's the danger. There are, and it's basically also, I suppose, it's a question of when you say about the right to places, the right to be able to create, the right to be able to, you might say, have access to the city, and the right to also generate new activities and create, has a lot about ownership and has a lot about, you might say, political mandate, and has a lot about financing. But there are some places where it has happened and it has survived and somehow keeps going. And I don't know if because we have a couple of people here from, I just thought, would you like to say something? I'm not going to say who it is. I think you know who it is because I'm looking at you. But do you want to say something in this situation, or would you rather not? I don't want to hang you out on put you on an edge and push you into the deep end. I'm looking at you. Yeah. So do you want to come in here? Because I think this discussion actually is quite interesting from where you come from and where you've been. I mean, I'm thinking about Christiania, right? So because I just think that is actually, was interesting, as you are an architect and you work on issues like this and you talk about how to create sustainable alternative, you might say, societies, which has existed now for 45 years or whatever it is. And I think is actually at that time you would call it a squat, or you call it a temporary space. But actually what it is has developed into is something which is, you might say, managed to maintain its independence while being accepted. So it's actually managed to do that, which we don't think is possible. And why is that? Why did that happen? And why doesn't it happen any other place?
It happened because there was no other plans in the 72. And it happens because there was a strong feeling of communities. And it happened because there was low rent or non-rent in the start. And low rent is very important, is one of the things. So if you want to develop a city with this kind of life in, you have to have smaller places of low rent that can pull the development of the city in that direction you want. And of course you have to have people that burns for developments, and you have to take them seriously. You have to I understand the lady over there talking about having a greater plan for a city, but you have to, if you give power to some people, you have to take them seriously, that they want to use that power or use that energy, not to ask them for something and then take it back and then say it was a game, and then make other plans. Take them seriously, make them a motor, engine, make them an engine for what you want, and let them be there for some times. And it's very important that they don't that they don't own the houses, but they rent the houses. So they are changing, because otherwise they will be stable as the rest of the city.
Which is an interesting point. Is this thing about spaces which are unstable or destabilized on the edge and are always changing?
Yes.
So there is an inertia in them, which is interesting. There's no permanent owner who is like looking at it as a long-term investment or family or the right to forever. Marco, you come from Berlin, and you're practicing in Berlin, and you've been through this, experienced this a lot. I mean, how are the things we're talking about here? Can you reflect on, and has it given rise to, you might say, another way of urban thinking and urban practice, and a sense of other kind of communities which are more in control of their own, you might say, daily life, their own creativity, their own, yeah.
Well, I moved to Berlin in '91, and what was in front of me was a playground, a huge playground where we could actually use the whole city center of East Berlin, of course, especially Berlin Mitte. And the funny thing was that nobody knew how long we could use one space. And this gave us a huge freedom of not considering time as something obsessive to us. It was, like it was. Sometimes it lasted one day, some other times a couple of years. But those were the rules which were unwritten. This was a result of this vacuum we had in this specific historical period due to the collapse of one state and the time that the new state, the Federal Republic, needed to control the city. It was a time of anarchy that defined our childhood. Some kind of experience like this are still running, of course. There is a big process of normalization, but Panu, you quoted Berlin many times, and still Berlin is, it gave us some suggestions about how to deal with temporary space.
You want to say one last word? Okay, let's tie it up there. And now we're not going to even give you 2 minutes break. We're going to give you 1 minute break because Nancy as we've cut her time off, or I have, so she has 35 minutes. We might take a bit of your lunchtime as well. So we'll make a quick change and see you back. And thank you very much, Panu, for a very inspiring talk.
Great, thanks.
Hello. Can I wait for the mic? Hi, thank you. tired after midnight, so by the time I got here, so I haven't eaten today, so this will be fine. After this, I have a nice lunch.
Oh yes, yes, yes. So you have everything wrapped up after that. You just lean back and yeah.
Well, I have, I think, 3 different panels that I'm moderating. Part of the inside community. That's okay. That's very nice. Yeah, thank you for looking me into this.
It was great that you could come, and I think, I mean, after this the first ones, I think it's very necessary.
It takes a while for a group to get it. But this is really quite something, this whole project.
Dynamic. It's not, there are a lot of practitioners and it's not a sort of conference.
That's good. I was told friendly audience, not looking for the error that you made. We'll see. They get 2 more days to ask you questions. Everyone's just gonna be hungry. That's although if they keep getting breaks, maybe they're okay. Yeah. Congratulations on getting the application in. I should say. No, I see you in person.
I mean, it was mostly sort of.
We'll see.
I mean, it's mostly sort of legwork because this was my first of these things, but most of the work consists of putting down putting together all these tables and
yeah, you'll be with
so
Jay.
it's full of those things and the actual companies. But of course, the research and innovation actions are different. But now there is time for preparing.
Yeah, and now they're just getting to know each other as a team and all of that. I think it's very good. And Serge is happy, so I think it's a very interesting group. The fact that it got in on such a short timeline, and everyone kind of sort of started to fade at the end because of other events, but
I had functions for sort of Russian people who value
lots of collaborative activity. Yeah, I had 3 people said, "Oh, let me help," and it's like, "Oh, I don't know what to let you help." And at the end, we just sent them the final thing and said, "This is it." Or I'd send your emails to Claudia and say, "Send it to the group," because I wasn't sure who was in the group anymore. It kept expanding, and people that we asked right at the very beginning, "Would you like to be part of this?" Took a month to answer us. Oh yeah, so then we added in bios at that. But I think it's an interesting cross. Even within SEJ, there was a few individuals who have since moved from working downstairs to working in Italy. And as I said, when we were at SEJ, we were all too busy at our computers to actually get together, have a chat. So this gave us a
very promising team.
I think they're very capable, this group.
We had a lot, but I don't know what they'll be looking at from the reviewing. I've got some idea of the different things we tried to they can be.
It was a serious application, so.
About the distribution of work and that kind of things. Somebody else will counters and the third person at the impacts and so forth. So we'll see what the reviews.
And that's always useful to see what they're looking at and how they,
Because that's what I have little sort of figure of it.
Because I noticed there was recently a document released by Kia on cities and culture and something. I remember looking at that call and realizing that it required a consulting company that had lots of administrators that just were good at organizing events. It wasn't a research firm, but it was good to know. Okay, he's flagging? Okay.
Right. Thank you. So we will start the third session, and Nancy Duxbury will begin her presentation. I think it is Cultural Mapping as Cultural Inquiry is the title she's chosen for this. We're perhaps getting a little more concrete and starting the process. Let's see how this goes. I'm sure it'll go fine. So thank you for coming a long way, Nancy. And yeah. So.
Thank
Hi. Okay, thank you. And thank you so much for involving me in this event. And to be part of the trilogy is quite an honor. Since there wasn't a quick, I'll quickly introduce myself and then hopefully not keep you from lunch. So I'm very conscious that the time is ticking. So I'm a researcher at the Center for Social Studies at the University of Coimbra in Portugal, and within the research group on cities, cultures, and architecture. I'm Canadian originally, living in Portugal now. I live on both coasts, so in Halifax on the east coast, the Atlantic coast, as well as Vancouver for 20 years on the Pacific coast. And now I split my time between Coimbra on the mainland of Portugal, which is in between halfway between Porto and Lisbon, and Ponta Delgada, which is on the Azores Islands in San Miguel, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. So but this is a very international spread that I'll be looking at. Most of the examples don't come from any of those places, but I guess just as background that my recent experiences are more with smaller places and not huge metropolises. So. Let's see. I won't do an outline, we'll just continue. So I'll begin with just a few definitions of cultural mapping. I'm a bit nervous because I know there's lots of presentations and sessions coming up, all with cultural mapping, probably all with different definitions. So this is just a first introductory structure. Oh, I should also say that I'm taking sort of a kaleidoscope approach. So there are many examples, many too many to give you good background about each of them, but you're free to come up and ask me about them afterward, but lots of pictures, hopefully. So one of the earlier definitions of cultural mapping actually came from the cultural mapping toolkit from the Canadian Creative Cities of Canada, Creative City Network of Canada, which I think there's 2 representatives somewhere here. Which defined it very operational. This was a very accessible, practice-oriented guide to how to do cultural mapping for municipalities. And it was put online, which made it very accessible and internationally referenced since that time. And its definition of cultural mapping is very much about the process one takes, a process of collecting, recording, analyzing, and synthesizing information in order to describe the cultural resources, networks, links, and patterns of usage of a given community or group. Another definition on a similar line comes from another cultural mapping toolkit, this one from Malaysia, I believe, which talks about cultural mapping providing an integrated picture of the cultural character, significance, and workings of a place, with an added emphasis on the use of this type of information or this type of information gathering. And in this case, it was seen as to help communities recognize, celebrate, and support cultural diversity for economic, social, and regional development. In other countries, there are always taglines like this that once you map your cultural resources, they'll be visible and you'll be able to operationalize them into tourism contexts or for other development projects. So where the title of this presentation comes from, in 2015 I was involved in putting together an edited book on cultural mapping, in which we defined it both as an emerging field of interdisciplinary research as well as a methodological tool in participatory planning and community development. In other words, a research field but really tightly connected to practice. And as part of that, the idea that there was lots of theorization happening, but there was also a lot of practice happening by municipalities, by artists, by nonprofit groups and other collectives, and that they should mutually inform each other and not be a one-way path. And as part of that, there was an aim to, again, make visible cultural assets of various sorts, as well as cultural mapping as a process to bring together a diverse range of stakeholders to talk about and think about the cultural dimensions and potentialities of place. And just, I'm not sure how it displays. In this book, we found examples of cultural mapping projects from Australia, Canada, Estonia, the UK, Egypt, Italy, Malaysia, Malta, Palestine, Portugal, Singapore, Sweden, Syria, the United Arab Emirates, the United States, and Ukraine, which was quite amazing in the process of putting this together. And I'd say that since 2015, if anything, the interest levels around cultural mapping have increased and diversified even further. And I won't go into detail of this, given that I'm the third of three you have to listen to. But as part of the introduction to the book, we started to notice where some of the influences were coming from in the different writings. There are many others as well that helped to sort of characterize what cultural mapping meant at that time and why it was so difficult to pin down and why it was so internally diverse. And so some of the trajectories which I think of as informing cultural mapping practices involve a whole tradition of community empowerment or counter-mapping activities, both with Indigenous communities, as well as the creation of alternate maps or people's maps in big cities. There was a whole tradition, or at least an emerging tradition of cultural mapping within municipal governance in order to build a knowledge base and to mobilize the community to collaborate about and mobilize community collaboration and to use this information for planning or strategies or decision making. There was another trajectory around cultural policy, which is very much about creative industry or creative sector intelligence gathering, documenting what type of creative firms were where and how they grew over time. But also there was a sub-thread of that looked more at the local level and the cultural meanings of place. The last two threads were about academic inquiry, where there was a lot of there are diverse disciplinary areas that had a spatial turn where they all started thinking about their topic in terms of space, but at the same time there's this cultural turn where cultural came into a lot of different disciplines, and the two to put together ended up being a lot about mapping, and mapping became a very trendy term. It probably still is, I haven't checked now. And the last area really was artistic approaches. Beyond artists being interested in maps as part of their art practice and the mapping processes, there was also a growing involvement of artists and the arts as agents in community collaborations and community consultations, et cetera. And I'll get back to that at the end. So all of these different not entirely conflicting, but influencing fields all seem to have a place in what was gradually becoming an evolving field, or emerging field. So as really broad strokes, there are two ideal types of cultural mapping projects, and this is where the kaleidoscope begins. So I'm going to have a few threads to try to organize all the different examples, but you'll see that although this idea that there's on one hand a more instrumental utilitarian approach to develop this cultural industry intelligence, and at the other end this integrated humanistic approach, they're becoming, I think, increasingly blended. So there's no sort of absolute type anymore. And some examples. So at one end of the spectrum, this idea of cultural industry intelligence is really the focus is to develop an accounting of, first of all, the tangible cultural assets, resources, cultural venues, organizations that exist in your city, except neighborhood, whatever. And then which you provide information from which you can identify relationships, clusters, gaps, and plan or act from that base. However, the process of putting this together ends up being not as straightforward usually as that may sound, and it reveals in a wonderful way, very oftentimes, and I think usually, unexpected resources, unexpected individuals and organizations that exist in the building next door, new knowledge, alternate perspectives, new cross-sectoral connections, and it can be an advocacy tool to bring together a number of different types of agents within or with an interest in culture, and the map serves as a discussion platform or an excuse to get together to think about and talk about culture in your environment, in cultural development. That's enough. And examples begin. So this is an example of this type of approach. This is Malta. This is just before the European Cultural Capital, where they realized they had been given the designation, but they didn't know what cultural venues they really had. So they spent a year going through neighborhood by neighborhood, talking to residents to document every space that's ever used for a cultural or culture-related activity, inside, outside, anything that could be used for a performance during the year. And this is all online. This is an example from New York City. It's a documentation of, this is the printed map, which as you can imagine is quite extensive. There's also online versions of various sorts, and it's the public art that exists and the stories and the dates. They've got it's created by an organization called Culture Now. It's a voluntary organization. I don't know if they actually have an employee. It's pretty much all folks that think this is important. There's different history, landmarks, heritage, public art. One of the things, and then they've developed things from this database, such as, I think there's thousands of boat tours that now take place, to what you can see. But one of the things that was quite a surprise to them, because this is a voluntary citizen-driven initiative for no particular political reason other than they want to celebrate and document public art, that when the floods happened during the last storm a few years ago, they discovered that they're the only ones with a full accounting of the public art that exists in Manhattan. And so suddenly the authorities went, they would have no idea what they would have lost if not for this map. So now they've been tied into these other realms. This is an example from Morocco. This is a map that was put together by a collective of cultural organizations and individuals about what types of cultural activities and organizations exist in the country. It was developed in the absence of a cultural policy, so the cultural sector actually took it upon themselves to create the map in order to go with it to the government to say, look, this is what we have, because the government wasn't playing the proactive role, so this is their platform to go forward. And this is all online as well. And this sort of shows. This is an example from the favelas of Belo Horizonte, Brazil. I think there's hundreds involved, conducted by an organization called Favela Isto É, which is, from what I can tell, a one-woman operation, plus a whole lot of volunteers, particularly youth in all the favelas. I'm trying to think how many years now, probably at least 10 or 15, they've been creating cultural mapping projects, which in some cases are books of poetry and photos and biographies of artists and a documentation of who exists there, what cultural art forms are happening, what kind of skills are there, which has been connected in the process to media outlets. So they've created their own broadcaster, a radio broadcaster, their own magazine. The events that now happen in the favela are known to the rest of the city in ways that never was. So it was very much a standard mapping type of project, although with a very participatory process, but it's become something new and has driven a lot of new activities, new connections, both within the favelas and is also with the favela in the main city. So the other end of the pole is the humanistic, more integrated approaches, which are usually very locally focused participatory projects that foreground collective meetings, participatory forums, conversational platforms, meeting places, all of that, workshops. I think the center photos from here or really nearby. And these are really about community engagement, I guess, is more than consultation. It's more about engagement. It's more about sharing ideas, facilitating direct involvement of residents and other users of a location or residents of a location in the decisions and discussions about their locale. and they create, and this opportunity for dialogue and exchanging ideas, etc., is core. Examples. So this is an example. It is in English, but it's from a Ukraine city. It was part of a nonprofit slash research project that involves seven cities across Ukraine, and I can't remember which one this is, where some of the projects were led by municipalities, some by nonprofits, some by collections of artists, and it was to map out the cultural resources and to think about the future of those cities in cultural terms. And it was more than just documenting. It was very much about ideas and aspirations and complaints and criticisms, as you might be able to read from some of these. What was interesting is that in one of the cities, the youth decided that the standard monuments that were the historic monuments in the city did not speak for them. So when they created their cultural map, they did not include any of the historical or public art monuments that existed in the city. This is another example called Where is Here? Small Cities Deep Mapping and Sustainable Futures, which was a research project, but very much community engaged research project involving 3 smaller cities in British Columbia, Canada. And it was, and I think they're trying to go into phase 2. It was very much about the citizens identifying where the special, meaningful places were to them within the cities. And then creating tours lured out with the participants lured by hot chocolate and cookies and things like this. As I recall, they were very good at social media, this group. And then the individual whose story was selected would be in this location where they had selected as very important to them and do a short 2-minute video on an iPhone and upload it to a website. So there's a central website of videos of citizens talking personally about what's special to them and where and why. And all of the information was then to be gathered and to be integrated into planning processes for the cities. So this was cultural resources, but in a more macro kind of perspective. So it could be the bicycle shop that repairs everything and it's essential to your world, to the cafe where everybody gets together, to the cultural landmarks and icons and things like that. So what's clear from all of these examples is that these maps do not in any way intend to impose ownership or to make places static or to claim territory, but they really aim to make visible and articulate the multi-layered cultural assets, aspects, and place meanings. I'll get into that a bit more. They reflect and privilege pluralistic local knowledges, perceptions of importance, and ways of understanding. In many places, there's also an aspect of capturing elders' knowledge and transforming and informing younger generations as part of this process, and highlighting the dynamic lives of places, which echoes some of the things we've heard already. In the process of doing this, of course, you create processes or catalyze processes, good word we've seen earlier, for actively connecting to your place and to deepen their knowledge of your society, of your neighbors, of your place. You develop a platform for collective expression, discussion among various groups and action. And it can guide collective decision-making and strategies for future development. Now I'm just going to, how am I doing for time? Oh, okay. 3, okay. I've got 3 topics which originally were labeled as trends, and I didn't like that, and I thought, well, it's not really trends, it's more like discussion points, but it's reoccurring themes that keep coming up in the discussions that are clearly not resolved, but might be echoed in some of the presentations in the next few days. And of course, the first one, is what is culture? What counts as culture? And this phenomena of an expanding scope and defining culture within local mapping projects. What we're finding is that some of the traditional toolkits, for instance, were designed for big cities with standard cultural infrastructure, such as theaters and galleries and all the official things you expect to see on your map. And it's been diversifying as to where these things are being applied. So you can apply it to smaller places, edge places, small, more rural locations, and you'll find out that none of the things you're supposed to be mapping are on your map. And so in some cities, when this happened, they knew that these locations, these neighborhoods were vibrant hubs of activities and diverse cultural diversity, and like, why doesn't anything show up on the map? And they went and re-examined what they're doing, what they're looking at, and trying to adjust to redefine culture to what makes it meaningful for the residents of a location, and to allow them to define this more. And so in this way of application to practice, the field is evolving because researchers are taking note of what's happening on the ground first as they're trying to solve these issues. Some of the issues that have been brought forward are oversimplified definitions that don't adequately capture complex activities, events, and spaces. Big city categories that misrepresent cultural vitality in other places, smaller places. The invisibility of some cultural activities, and that some cultural activities are not conducive to mapping, such as festivals or events that move locations, or virtual work. Where do you map that, even though you know it's happening, it may be significant to your community? Another trend is a shift from documenting tangible cultural assets to articulating the plural meanings of places and their stories. And within this, there's a few sub-themes. One is about mapping intangibles, and also this opening to plural meanings of place that are being sought now. There was a third that I've taken out for time, which is about personalization and using this mapping to claim your place in that location. Mapping intangibles has been I'd say a fun topic for people to try to wrap their heads around. And I won't go into these definitions. In general, intangible cultural mapping, or cultural intangibles mapping, aims to articulate the ways in which meanings and values may be grounded in specific places and embodied experiences, to demonstrate how these cultural intangibles are key to understanding a place and how it is meaningful for its residents and visitors, and to challenge visual dominance in order to articulate or reflect multisensorial embodied experience. Now this example here is from Australia, and it's an entirely voluntary activity, I think, at this point, of someone feeling it was a need. And it's an app that they've developed with an elder from the First Nations Aboriginal group of that territory that pushes a welcome to you when you enter that territory in Australia. So whether or not it's marked anywhere on the road, you will be welcomed, and you're told about the territory, and you're told what's significant about it, and welcome you to the location. This is an example from a small town in Canada where it was part of a future envisioning process where they started to collect stories and history of, and the idea behind these is really about what makes the place special. Yes, the core physical features may be just the same as all of the other communities around in that geographic area, but why is this one special? What's our special reason for being, and what can we promote? However, having said that, this is kind of what you end up with in many cases, is a Google map with some stories attached to it, which really isn't that interesting to be sorting through, reviewing. They also created a book, which is a little bit more accessible, but in terms of the final product, it's definitely not an immersive sense of place, but it's a beginning start. This is another example called Invisible City from Australia, and it was part of a planning process to try to include the youth voice, the youth perspective of their place. It again used an app, and it was very much about engaging with place and young people's experience of the city and the mood and their comments on particular places. It involved walks and guided tours and things like this with the app. and they were encouraged to text away as they went to different locations, and all those texts went into a database. And there's also a whole array of moods and how different places make you feel. And it was, most of those are happy ones, I think they all. But it was an innovative sort of reasonably crowdsourced, but part of getting a sense of an imagined future and present day realities. The other aspect is about plural meanings of place, and I'm not going to go into this because everyone knows that every place is different to everybody that lives there, and particularly with different cultures and different traditions and different times of being there and different experiences. This is an example of an eco-cultural map, I guess. It's combining historical features and stories and places as well as ecological features. It was part of a project called the Islands in the Salish Sea, involving, I think, 17 islands off the coast of British Columbia, which was an artist-driven but also activist type of project for the locals to claim what was important of each of the islands before development hit any further. The idea that they're all being threatened by resource development as well as people moving in from the city, and that they wanted that the residents had this meaning, or had within the residents, they had the knowledge of the place, of what made it special and what they were really keen to retain that nobody else had, that the governments didn't have, and it was actually their responsibility to go forward. But as part of that process, it was very much artist-led in each island, with multiple maps done, as everybody claimed and set out their specialness of their places and what was important to them of their island in all ages. And another sort of approach of this different pluralistic perspectives is seen in work coming from Australia, for example, by Paul Carter, some might have read, who is working a lot with bicultural cultural mapping and working with cities and Aboriginal ontologies of landscape, and trying to put that together with planning to produce new spaces, new developments, new understandings. And he talks about I'll just read it, an important emotional landmark in any cultural mapping project should be the reenactment of strangeness, the encounter with the inexplicable that commands a new self-awareness. And he talks a lot about choreotopography, choreographing spaces and flows, and the way things move through spaces rather than the static locations. Which brings us to the third topic I wanted to talk about briefly, which is about the growing presence of artistic approaches to mapping. And I'm not ready to talk about this in great deal, but I've just completed working with a professor, Will Garrett-Patz in Canada, and Elise Longley is a professor in New Zealand, on artistic approaches to cultural mapping, activating imaginaries and means of knowing. It's an edited collection written by artists who are leading what we see as, in many cases, the community-engaged strategies of cultural mapping, and so it's not just artists with maps in their work, which there's a lot of books on that, but it's combining artistic approaches to cultural mapping that they're inventing based on their own disciplines and their own trainings and their own inclinations, with the field of practice-based artistic research and the practices and the methodologies developed there, with community-engaged strategies and processes. It came out in part because we saw artists being involved more and more as leaders of community consultation or engagement type projects and initiatives, but often as interventions or temporarily mobilizing, and the citizens, because artists are good at attracting attention and getting people to participate in things. But now there seems to be a gradual shift where they're now taking on a greater role and they're leading some of these projects and processes. And since it's lunchtime, I won't go into all of this. But there's a number of things that we're starting to point to that come out of benefits from an artistic approach or presence to transform the processes of cultural mapping by challenging more instrumental approaches, animating and honoring the local, giving voice and definition to the vernacular, recognizing the notion of place as inhabited by story and history, slowing down the processes of seeing and listening, asserting and embodying the aesthetic of a key component of embodying the aesthetic as a key component of community self-expression and self-representation, championing inclusion and experimentation, exposing often unacknowledged power relations, catalyzing identity formation, and in general making the intangible more visible and audible through multiple modes of artistic representation and performance. In the works that we brought together, there are some that are visually based, some are choreographers, some are theater practitioners, site-specific works, bringing out the histories. The emphasis is definitely on process more than product, and aims to, or promises to engage this sort of a felt sense of community that is often missing in conventional mapping processes. And 5 minutes. And so I didn't want to put this slide before acknowledging that there's a wide range of dimensions that come into the process that can help transport it into a different sort of thing than what we've seen in the past. And it's not necessarily artists that have to lead this, but the artistic approaches. But the artists contribute also, the artist contributions also allow space for the imaginary, wherein the spaces between reality and possibility are made porous and interlayered. Imagination carries potentials for unseating convention, perspective, actuality, reproducibility, and common sense. Space for imagination can shift research and community planning from a reflective stance to a more future-forming orientation and practice, in which life is characterized in terms of continuous becoming and social change is implicated in explorations into what the world could be. By placing the activation of imaginaries at the center of cultural mapping, we prioritize the opening of space for maps that enable alternative views and modes of thinking. With the new ideas they present, artists create space for dwelling. This is where the political and critical vitality of artistic approaches to cultural mapping comes to the fore, in terms of exploring the map as a means to chart space, time, experience, relationships, ecologies, moments, and concepts. Sorry, I can't say that as well as it was written. So, and a few more pictures. This is an example from Japan, from a design professor, urban studies, I think, of her own ways of trying to recapture the personal in the urban planning realm. This is maps of her walks by season in her neighborhood, and retracing the way that one uses and interacts with her space. This is actually an old example now from Vancouver, from the Karen Jameson dance. It was a piece called The River, which actually traced the underground rivers that had been, culverted when the city was developed, and brought it back to the public imagination to remind them that this is under there. And I know there's a lot of cities that are daylighting those now. I'm not sure they've done that, but it was something that I think it's at least 20, 25 years, but it remains in the public imagination. Of course, I haven't said anything about technology, but that's a whole other thing. The idea of introducing augmented reality to these processes is also very interesting. This is a project by John Craig Freeman in the US, and it's not culture as you would normally see, but what makes a place meaningful. This is an app that he's developed you can download, and if you go to that location, in this location, this is the border between the US and Mexico, and this is the US side, and it basically took all of the locations where bodies have been found and put them all into the app so that when you see the empty landscape, skeletons flow up wherever they were. So it definitely is a different way of recognizing and paying homage to that aspect of the meaningfulness of this place. This is a whole other different thing. It's from a project called Measuring the Non-Measurable out of Japan, and it's run by a design professor originally from Croatia who's been in Japan for, I think, 30 years or something now. And again, someone who's railing against the conventions of planning approaches and representation approaches. And they were trying to measure the intensity of cities and the feeling that you get when they're in the cities through walking and experiencing and having a collective documentation and expression of those cities. So these three are Hong Kong, Bangkok, and Singapore, as a result of three other experts. Yeah, we're almost there. And this was the last slide, so good. I get to get I just wanted to give the final word to one of my co-editors from New Zealand, who's a dance professor, and her mission is to push me beyond my comfort zone and become more creative all the time. So this was quite nice, though. We are always enfolded with the maps that hold us, the maps that include us in or exclude us from their borders, the maps that pull us away from or toward others. In our daily movements, we are in a fluid exchange with cartographies of place. We create worlds, and worlds create us. Practices of mapping reflect the exchange where places and inhabitants write each other. The places may be abstract or literal, conceptual or material, political or poetic. The inhabitants might be human or non-human. Each formal potential of map creation implies possibilities for moving ideas into the world, whether through representations of data or platforms for imagining. I thought that was a nice current reflection that takes it takes the journey a long way from the original you are collecting data to analysis. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think we're going to have time for questions, but I can say that Nancy would be in Leah's workshop, and Leah is going to go further into this cultural mapping theme, and you will be there moderating. So I'm sure if there are spaces and you'd like to follow this line, you can do that in the afternoon. So, so I think that's for that. Now, I just wanted to say a couple of things. I just have to find out where we are here. Where are we here? Thursday? Thursday? Where are we? Yeah? It's because somebody else's is in. One thing I want to say is if you haven't booked your workshop, you should do that. And the reason for this is because there are not many spaces in the small rooms. And we actually only have one big room, that's here. And that's called the Celsius. Then there is the room in the which is by the restaurant, and that's called the Cabinet by the restaurant. And the other two smaller rooms are on the floor if you go straight out, and on the left where all the small workshops are. So where we have spaces left is because we have actually, not because they're not popular, but because we actually have bigger rooms. So if you haven't booked, you might be just pushed into one of these bigger rooms, but that's your own fault for not booking, all right? So that's that. Now, the other thing is that, what did I want to say here, was that I think it'd also be good if you could book the bus on the Friday evening. If we're going to Espoo, we're going to, where are we? We're going to Espoo Friday evening, and there's a limited number of, we're going today, aren't we? Yeah, that's good. Even better. So you better book, otherwise there's no way to Espoo apart from the walk, which is also interesting, and you can do a bit of mapping on the way if you like. And you can tell us about that, experiential mapping. So that's the evening here. We're leaving with two buses at 18:30 and 18:10 and 18:20. We might be a bit late, but they're going to start at 18:45, so we have to like move on. And we've been invited to have kind of dinner there. It's quite a nice, be a nice event, and there'll be a couple of speakers and whatever. If you have not booked and you want to come, and you've paid, you can come. If you haven't booked and you haven't paid, we'll have to talk about it. So we can meet outside. So that's for that. We're not putting up the workshops for tomorrow yet because things are changing all the time. One workshop is changed. That is number 3C, which was supposed to be done by Gita, and she's not here, the Experience City, so I'm taking over, and I've asked Daughter to help me. It won't be covering the same topics as Hans wrote the book together. They wrote the book together, which is called The Experience City, and there were a number of, I think it was 12 examples or something, or 14 or something, from Denmark. I'm going to just focus on the one I know a lot about and say the others aren't really worth talking about. So that's my attitude. But we'll probably go a bit deeper into some things and looking at the program of Metropolis the last 10 years, and there's about 100 projects there, so there's enough to look at. But it will take a theoretical point of departure on this notion of the Experience City, but we'll get quickly into the real stuff. So I don't think you'd be disappointed. It might be something different, but I hope you won't be disappointed. Otherwise, all the workshops are as they are described. There's a little thing about timing, I think. There will be 10 minutes between each session, but don't come here and don't go shopping. It's a long way to the nearest shop and to the nearest cafe. It's a long, long way. So you have to stay here. You're place-bound. This is an immersive experience, all right? This is it. We are creating a community. We're not at a workshop. We are creating a community. We are developing our future together. So we're bonding, all right? So just stay put. So that's does everybody know about the workshops, or is anybody completely wild and doesn't know what we're on about? You're all okay? Good. All right, so lunch straight outside, and see you all in your respective workshops in just under an hour. Thank you.